Moramai, good morning from St John's. A very warm welcome here on our special day, our National Day. The midsummer ceremony of Tynwald Court, one which origins, of course, the ceremony certainly goes back more than 1,000 years, and today, a royal Tynwald no less. I'm James Davis.
And I'm Kerry Kermode.
And wherever you are watching this in the world, a sincere, very warm welcome. A day with pride, tradition, culture and history abound wherever you look.
It is indeed. Today is not solely for us locals, for the Manx people and the expats around the world, but for all with a connection to the Isle of Man, however big or small. A day to reflect on our heritage and our history of the island, and with a nod to what the future may hold.
And indeed a day largely as well away from politics. It's more about the parliamentary theatre, if you like, as well, and a day hopefully where COVID, quite literally, Brexit and beneficial ownership is put to one side. All roads lead to St John's. Kiri and I and the team will be leading you through the whole mix, the formal, the informal, the sights, the sounds, dare I say it, having just walked past the WI tent a few moments ago, the smells as well. I can see that the members are approaching the robing room, the bol and bane is in abundance, and just behind us here in processional array, the rushes have been strewn across as well, they're being laid. So I think we're building up to a pretty much a hive of activity. It's good to be back, isn't it?
It really is. After last year, I liked Tynwald, we still came along though, but to see the Manx dancers and everybody back on the green, it's just a spectacle.
It certainly is. Tell me, I mean, your Manx family, Kiri, you've been coming along to this since you were knee-high to a grasshopper. I mean, what does today mean for you and your family?
It's such a special day, whether you're Manx, a resident, or just visiting the island. It's so important that we keep our roots, our history and our heritage going, and attending events like this. They may think they're oldie worldy, but it's a great day for everybody to come along with their families and friends and catch up. But also, it's that one day in the agricultural calendar. It's Fair Day. We have the day off and we come to Tynwald Hill.
I didn't realise actually until talking to you just before off camera how important today is traditionally for farming, for the livestock community, the farming fraternity.
Oh, absolutely. Fair Day was the day they brought the livestock to the field to trade, to make an income for the year. Obviously the cattle are long gone now, and we have the many stalls, over 100 in abundance here today, and it's a different kind of selling, but a great tradition for Manx agriculture.
Now you're a girl who likes her Manx produce, we all do. There's a lot to tantalise your taste buds here today, both in terms of Manx produce, but also in terms of events, activities, and if you are still humming, shall I come down, shall I not? I certainly would. I mean, what is going on? Just give us a flavour if you would, because there's a plenty.
There really is. I can smell the train smokers there getting going already. On the Tynwald Green we have the Manx dancing and the silver bands, the Castletown Metropolitan Band, the Tynwald Day Fest marquee, got craft workshops for the children, and Gina's Dance Academy. And then later on this evening we have all sorts going on with Retrospect and the Kipper Cayley Band, which is always a nice tradition, and then the Ellen Vannon Pipes and Drums and the Spinning Vannon to end the evening tonight.
You just reminded me about Retrospect. Actually 10 days ago, Kiri and I, there were others involved, were dancing the night away to Retrospect. I've just remembered that's another story. Can I also endorse the credentials of the Cronkavody Sports Day, which is going to be on this afternoon as well, not too far from here, so that's always worth a peek if you're sort of venturing far and wide. We have the Manx Folk Dance Society performing on the green behind us, and I think it really showcases the diversity of everything that's happening on Tynwald Day. Not far from here, in fact, any minute now, when the clock chimes 10 at the Coolery Gardens, we will have the first official ceremony of the day. That is the stone laying ceremony. And just to put that into context, that is something that the late Tynwald President Sir Charles Carouche started, in which all the guests of honour were invited to bring a stone from their homeland to add to the layer of the cairn, and it's built up over time as both as residents and visitors make their addition, shall we say. Now today marks a very special day for a number of individuals. Sure enough, the clock has just chimed 10. Today, as I say, marks a very special day for a number of dignitaries, for a number of those involved with the service. and one of whom is the island's Lieutenant Governor, Sir Richard Gosney. Of course, this is his sixth and final Tynwald Day. It's been extended slightly for obvious reasons, but certainly Sir Richard and Lady Diana, they've become a very popular couple during their tenure in the Isle of Man for the way they've embraced island life, and I caught up with Sir Richard at Government House a little earlier. Well, Your Excellency, as we walk through these splendid grounds chatting a year or so ago, we were looking ahead to your final Tynwald Day as Lieutenant Governor. As it turns out, not so.
No, that's right. We're staying on for an extra few months, which is nice for us, extra summer in the Isle of Man. Partly this is COVID related. They needed a bit more time to sort out who should take over from me in what was going to be May and now will be September.
Circumstances, of course, have dictated that your tenure has been extended slightly, and I think you're only the second Lieutenant Governor in half a century almost who's served longer than that statutory 5-year period. Do you know, deep down, I think a lot of islanders are delighted, and if I may be so bold, perhaps you and Lady Gosney are rather pleased too.
Well, thank you. We're certainly very pleased to be here. The extra summer here, really, that's what it is. We've got June, July and August that we weren't expecting, but that's nice, and that includes, of course, an extra Tynwald. And it's very special this year because we didn't have a proper Tynwald last year for very good reasons. The President of Tynwald had talked us all through it, and we all understood why and accepted why. And some people were a bit rueful. I remember the good captains of the parish being rather glum because it's a big part of their year. And I remember saying to one of them, well, actually, you know, even the Chief Constable doesn't need to be there and therefore isn't going to be there because it was essential people only. And I won't say that cheered up the captain of the parish, but at least he made him feel that he was in good company in not being there.
Well, as representatives who've clearly embraced community life, as I say, what have you made of Tynwald Day since 2016 and the overall experience?
Tynwald Day is very special, and a lot of people, the way they talk about it, it's a good illustration in my mind of the way the Isle of Man sits very comfortably in its own skin. And people in this island, whether they were born here, Manx men and women, or whether they came across a long time ago, they've got a quiet self-confidence about the way things happen in the Isle of Man. And some of the things are distinctive of the Isle of Man, and Tynwald Day couldn't be more distinctive. It has to happen legally, because otherwise, I'm told by the first and second Deemster, otherwise the laws passed in the previous 12 months will actually lapse unless they are captioned. It's also a display, a celebration of a particularly Manx way of consulting the people, that they met on Tynwald Hill, and Tynwald Hill, as we know, is in St John's now, but was in other parts of the island. Various different places have got ex-Tynwald Hills over the 1,000+ years that it's been running, and there is the opportunity for people to come along who feel they have not had their complaints, grievances, concerns addressed through the normal channels, either through government or through their going to Tynwald, and they can give in their petitions, and people still do it. And I'm not sure how many will be giving in today, but I'm sure there will be some. And all that goes with it, and a recognition at the start towards the fallen in terms of laying a wreath at the memorial there. This is of a piece with the way that the Isle of Man is really quite content to do things its own way.
It does only seem a heartbeat ago since you both arrived in the island. So as your time draws to a close, what are your overriding feelings?
I've never been in a smallish place, and we've lived in a few, which has as varied a economy and as many strings to its bow, if you like, as does the Isle of Man. And I think this helps, because this means when things get tough in one sector, you're unlucky if they get tough in all sectors. Whereas the places I've known, on the whole, of this sort of size, on the whole, have had two strands to their bow. They've had two, and they've just kept their fingers crossed and hoped to heaven that the two will not go into recession at the same time. But here there's not quite the same danger. The Isle of Man's had its tough times, and we'll see what happens in the UK as they come through COVID and through the recession, because that'll be the biggest influence on what happens here on the Isle of Man. But I think the Isle of Man stands as good a chance as anywhere of coming through this and out the other side in a reasonable state, both economically and therefore, hopefully, in terms of how people feel about their own lives and can get on with their families, get on with their sports, get on with the things that really matter.
Do you have a particular personal memory which stands out from your time here? Because obviously you've embraced and got involved with all aspects of community life, the breadth and depth.
Oh, quite a string of them. I mean, one of them is Ian Clegg's band, the brass band, doing Last Night of the Proms. And Last Night of the Proms is something that's familiar to many British people. But the idea that the brass band can do that gentle, the idea that you can do that, I puckered my brows and said, I don't think this can be done. And there we are, the first time we went to see it in the early autumn when it happens, and we were amazed, and we were very glad to go back second and third time. The musicals put on at the Gaiety, I think, are brilliant. The standard of amateur dramatics here is very high. If I mentioned one, I'd have to mention 10. Though 2 or 3 come immediately to mind. They're extremely good. At the same time, you know, out in we tend to go for a walk somewhere on the weekend. So there are wild spots of the Isle of Man, which may be taken for granted here. People may say, well, of course that's there. But there are not many places, and particularly not many small-ish places as such as the Isle of Man with its 220 odd square miles, which can boast and be proud of that sort of scenery.
While I'm sure it will be tinged with sadness when you move on, of course your career has ensured you've had a nomadic lifestyle to a degree. So what does the next chapter hold?
Well, we've had a base over the other side of the British Isles in eastern England, in Norfolk, for about nearly 40 years. We haven't lived there all that time at all. Most of the time we were living abroad as diplomats. So we'll go back there. We know people there. We were there at a time when our 2 boys, we've got 2 sons now in their 30s, but they were small, so they went to the village school, so they've got a few friends there as well. We shall miss the Isle of Man, and we shall certainly miss the mountains and the cliffs here. There are not many of those in East Anglia. So that's what we'll do. And there's a lot of bird watching to be done, there's walking to be done there, there's golf to be played, and there's a garden that has been sorely neglected for too many decades.
You clearly feel very proud and privileged to be involved with occasions such as today. Finally, what is your message to the Manx nation?
A comment on them of admiration and respect. And don't be afraid to go on doing what you feel comfortable with as an island, as a population. Carry on the Isle of Man, if you like, as you are, adapting as you have in the past. And I hope that in 5 or 10 years' time, or 5 years' time, when you come to interview my successor on for their last Tynwald Day, that they'll be as comfortable and at ease in this place as the whole spirit of the Isle of Man encourages a newcomer to be.
Sir Richard, on behalf of the people of the Isle of Man, may I wish you both well in your new ventures and thank you for your dedicated service.
It's been our pleasure. We've thoroughly enjoyed 5 years here.
So Martin Perkins, what a lovely close to Sir Richard Gosney leaving our island.
Yeah, I mean, the sun's shining, and it's a great shame that Sir Richard has to go, because he's been a fantastic governor to the island, and he works a lot behind the scenes, and he helped me get the Bridal Glen water wheel restored, and
fantastic.
with his networking skills, so I'll be very sorry to see him go. Yeah.
But what does Tynwald Day mean to you, Martin?
Looking back on the whole setup we have here, 1,042 years of continuous Parliament has got to be something, and it is a very special day, and we are all privileged to be part of it. I know we get the detractors and the moaners, but on the whole it's a very special thing, and I think I'm just so thankful I live on the Isle of Man.
Yeah. And how does it feel when you're sitting up there on the hill?
Well, yeah, it's quite daunting actually, and you can do a speech in Tynwald to the wolves at baying at the other side, but it's even more daunting when you're sat on the hill. It's you're there for all to see.
And a busy year ahead for you?
Busy year ahead, yeah. I'll be declaring next week. There's still a couple of months to go, and I've made a decision I am going to go again. And there's quite a few things I want to put in place, and yeah, let's see what happens. Got to get back in first.
Lovely. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much.
Well, I am now joined by the Clerk of Tynwald, Roger Phillips. Of course, Mr. Phillips, today is a special day. So much work goes into it, but it's an extra special milestone today, I think it's fair to say, because it's your final Tynwald as Clerk of Tynwald, your final Tynwald day.
Yes.
Put into words what today will mean, and can you begin to even enjoy the day until certain milestones are passed?
Well, I always enjoy Tynwald Day, as a matter of fact, because one of the great privileges of this job is to be part of a continuing 1,000-year tradition. How many jobs actually involve doing something that people have done over such a long period of time for the same reasons and to celebrate the same national identity? It's absolutely wonderful. In terms of all the considerations of whether things go right, I have a fantastic team and I rely on them every year. And this year, from that point of view, it's the same as every other year. It's going to be fine, although of course we have a royal visitor, and that makes it special and slightly more complex perhaps, but very special. It's going to be a lovely day. The weather seems so far to be holding off and to be just what we want. I think it's going to be a lovely day, and I shall treasure this memory.
I think 2009 was possibly was that your first Tynwald Day? 2009.
It was as clerk, yes.
Yes.
I came at 2008, well
As a
remembered,
guest,
as
yes,
a guest,
yes.
and looked to see how it was done. And coincidentally, the Princess Royal was presiding there as well.
She was indeed.
So I managed to remember what was done. Yes, 2009 to now, that's quite a long time really. To be organising this, and we've made little changes about how we do things, but essentially it's the same, of course, as it always has been.
Tell me, you have the Beat the Retreat, you have the banquet,
Yes.
if I can call it
Yes.
that, this evening. When can you start to relax?
I think when I climb into the car and my wife, who is the designated driver, takes me home.
Excellent. Well, may I wish you and your family a super day.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I wish you all the very best. And I believe Kiri is now joined by the captain of the parish, John Cannell.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm here with John Cannell Bolakanan from Michael, and this, John, is something very special to you, Tynwald Day.
Well, yes, it's nothing quite like it. It's
Nothing like it.
Nothing quite like it.
And how long have you been coming to this?
For 50 years.
Yes, my word. And you're here with your daughter, Chrissy,
Yes.
who's now following in your footsteps at home on the farm.
That's
Indeed.
right. That's right.
And how do you find Tynwald Day, Chrissy?
It's a really nice celebration of all things Manx.
Yeah. And it is still such an important day in the Manx farming calendar, as I was saying earlier.
Indeed, even if it is a hay day or a silent day, but not quite today.
Well, lucky the weather has been on the side of the Tynwald rather than the farm today.
Exactly.
Because, not quite what we need for the hay or the silage, so it's good.
It's very good. And today, getting dressed up and coming down here, John, how does it make you feel as a Manxman?
A bit special. Yes. Well, my grandfather had the job before me, and my uncle had the job before me. So, it sort of ran in the family, really.
So to become a captain of the parish, you have to be of a certain calibre, of a certain type of farming country person?
Well, I don't know. I don't know, really, because it was a surprise to me when I was offered the position 50-odd years ago. So, I don't know. I mean, there are all sorts of ideas that people can try and drum up trade, you might say, to become a captain, but I never did anything of that sort. Never.
No.
I think it's a real community role as well, and how people are asked to do it has changed over the years.
Yeah. No, very good. Well, I hope that both of you enjoy your day. And now the sun is coming out.
Exactly.
That's right,
Yeah.
that's
Don't
right.
be rushing back to do the hay, Chrissy.
Right. Thank
Enjoy,
you.
John.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you for that. I know it's very...
Experience, James. It's just absolutely fantastic. What an honour to be here today. Really looking forward to it. And the sun's coming out as well, which is fantastic.
What are your feelings today? Because obviously, as you're maiden Tynwald, this side of things is all very new.
It is, and I think what great opportunity for people to bring their petitions up to the hill. That's what it's here for, and obviously for everybody to look fabulous on the day.
You've been in post since the end of last August, so what's that, about 10 months or so now?
Yes,
What did you have any preconceived ideas of what life as a member of the House of Keys would be like? And if so, has it lived up to that?
It's definitely lived up to it. It's one of those situations where you've just got to hit the ground running and keep going and don't stop. But I love it. It's really great. And thank you to all my constituents as well for putting me here. It's a real honour.
Well, I hope you and your family have a super day, thank you for your time. I know
you.
you've got matters to attend to, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Claire Christian, the South Douglas MHK. Now, of course, today I say is a day of milestones. Claire Christian and Paul Quine have their first Tynwald, their maiden Tynwald. We've heard from the Lieutenant Governor. It's his final Tynwald. And of course, the Chief Minister, Howard Quayle, it is his final Tynwald day, not just as Chief Minister, but as a politician after 10 years as the member for Middle. Now, we were talking earlier about the music that is going to be heard today, and a bit more about that later on. But Howard Quayle is somebody who loves his music, and following a decade in Middle, we've been reflecting on his thoughts ahead of today. Well, Chief Minister, let me begin first of all by offering congratulations on your recent honour. Howard Quayle, CBE, how does that sound?
Well, to be honest with you, James, I haven't had a chance to take it in. Life's just so busy at the moment. I'm sure when I'm no longer in the job in October that I'll be able to reflect on it. It's obviously a great honour, which I'm very appreciative of. But I have to say, obviously with a good team around me, I couldn't have done it without the team. But my best reward has been walking down the street and total strangers stopping me on a regular basis, thanking myself and the administration and government for all that's been done on their behalf. And that really is, to get that from the people of the Isle of Man, that's just as good.
I mention this, of course, because it is an apt time to reflect ahead of what is going to be your final Tynwald Day as Chief Minister, indeed your final Tynwald Day as a politician. So what are your overriding immediate thoughts as we are sitting here?
Well, I suppose gratefulness that we as a nation have come through this pandemic compared with other jurisdictions. I'm not saying unscathed. We've sadly lost 29 people, which was 29 people too many, but compared with our neighbours, that's been a much lower rate, and that we've been able to have as much normality as possible for our people. The economy is getting back on track. Our unemployment rate is nearly back to where it was pre-COVID, and these are all things to be relieved about, but obviously we're not out of the woods yet. We will be dealing with COVID for the rest of this administration, but I feel as if we've achieved, and I know when I first came into politics I was all big about intergenerational fairness and ensuring that we balanced the books, did pension reform so that we weren't saddling the next generation with significant debt. Because of our strong position, we will, as a nation, bounce back in the next couple of years.
You've been a member of the House of Keys now for virtually a decade, but you were no stranger to July the 5th before then. As a Manxman, can you put into words those feelings of pride, and not only taking part in this special ceremony, but effectively leading the troops?
I think this will be my proudest year because of how the great Manx public have responded to COVID. They've helped one another, they've given their time, they've given their money, they've cooked meals and gone out and spoken to their neighbours and delivered food to elderly people who might be struggling to get out and shop. The sense of pride of being their Chief Minister is enormous.
Now, shortly after you were appointed Chief Minister in 2016, I remember you said you would strive to make inclusivity and cooperation themes of your tenure. So on today of all days, how do we assert our national identity, do you think?
Well, we live in a beautiful, stunning place. We sometimes take it for granted, and during this 5-year term, we had the Year of Our Island, if you remember, to try and get people to just appreciate, go out for walks, go down to glens, beaches. Funnily enough, COVID did that for us. People were going out because of social isolating and maybe trying new places they hadn't been before, and I think they have appreciated just what a special place this island is. And the safe, we still have the lowest crime rate in the United Kingdom, second in Europe only to Monaco. And I think that's special. We take it for granted, but there are people moving over here now following COVID who realise that it's a safe place to work and live, and with the technology improvements that we're putting in with fibre to the cabinet effectively to improve broadband connectivity, that's got to be something that helps. But I think as a Manx nation, we're proud. We've shown that we've looked after our own as the whole of the island, not just government. Obviously, people will occasionally fall through the cracks, and we do our best to help out. But when you compare ourselves and the outcomes with our neighbours, as a nation, we haven't done too bad.
On this rare chance then to pause for reflection, and aside from the defining historical events of your time in office, Brexit and particularly coronavirus, without having a crystal ball, what do you think are the main challenges ahead for the island as we prepare for a new administration in the autumn?
Well, I suppose it'll be corporation tax. It was going to be my biggest problem when I stood for Chief Minister, because at the time we'd had the Moneyval report, which showed that we needed to make a considerable amount of changes. We have done all that now, and now we are one of the best regulated jurisdictions in the world. However, the 010 corporation tax system that we currently run is under threat, and we will have to look at what's going to happen going forward. Obviously, we've been planning for this and watching for this for a while. We are an internationally responsible jurisdiction, one of only a small handful of countries that have gone through the OECD to investigations on tax compliance, and we have come out as fully compliant. So we take that very seriously, but obviously we've got to look at what the impact will be should there be a move to do away with the 010, and we've got to ensure that we still remain competitive. That will be the next biggest challenge, along with the unforeseen consequences of COVID-19 and obviously the climate change. Yeah, some big ticket items to deal with.
And finally, when you take the walk down processional way for the final time as Chief Minister, do you know what will be going through your mind?
Well, personal, I mean, they say pride cometh before a fall, but I am very proud to be Chief Minister of the Isle of Man and leading out, tinged with an amount of sadness that I won't be doing it again, but I'm sure the next administration will take on from hopefully the strong foundations that we've left for them. But it'll be a sense of pride that as I've called myself the boy from Bagarrow, to have achieved this in a very short political career, a sense of pride, but also a sense of pride on everyone around me and on how hard they've worked to enable the island to come through an awful lot of things. Not everyone mentions Brexit and COVID, but beneficial ownership, Moneyval, EU Code of Conduct Group, tax-free. We managed to nearly double the personal allowance for income tax and take thousands of people out of having to pay income tax. I think we've a 50% increase in the allowances, whereas inflation was only about 7.5%. We brought in the living wage. We've planted 85,000 trees for our climate change. We're looking at helping thousands of acres of peatland. The list is endless, and if you look at the programme for government, it was the first time a proper programme for government had been delivered with key performance indicators, dates of when things had to be delivered, and people putting their name by the side of it to take responsibility. So I think that this administration has done its very best for the people of the Isle of Man. It'll probably go down in history as passing the most legislation in its 5 years, but I think Brexit can account for a chunk of that, but we have tried our best to deliver on issues rather than just talk about them.
Chief Minister Howard Quayle, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, James. And I hope everyone enjoys what is a very special day, Tynwald Day.
Chief Minister Howard Quayle rounding off 10 years as the MHK for Middle, or certainly one of the MHKs for Middle, of course, since 2011, the last 5 as Chief Minister. A very special day for him, a very special day for everyone in their own ways. And Kiri is joined by one of the Quayle administration, if you like. She's with the Education Minister, Dr. Alex Allinson.
Well, Dr. Alan Allinson, what a beautiful day. and what a year you have had.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and today is all about celebration of the Isle of Man and what all of us have been through, particularly over the last year. And I suppose that sense of community spirit as well. I mean, it's great that so many people can actually celebrate this year, because obviously last year we were in lockdown, it was all social distancing, people were told not to come. This year we're in a very different place, but we're not over the pandemic yet. There's still a lot of navigation, there's still a lot of things that government and Tynwald need to do to get us right through this, and then to learn how to sort of bank some of the lessons we've learned, how to make us even stronger going forward.
And this is it. Today we're just seeing ordinary people here, ordinary people like yourself that have had to make huge choices and decisions for this island to enjoy a day like today. Look at the freedom, the amount of people that are coming here this Tynwald Day. It just shows how special, how important community is here.
Well, exactly. I mean, I suppose the one take-home message I've learned this year is the power of those human relationships, that when we were separated and couldn't talk to each other apart from shouting 2 meters away, when we couldn't hug, when we couldn't even shake hands, it really hurt, and we really missed that, and now's the time to try to get back to that, but knowing that unfortunately the threat of the coronavirus is still there. In terms of education, we're still dealing with it, we're still learning how to live in a world with COVID, how to bring those mitigations, and also how to reassure people after the fear and the anxiety of last year, how we can start turning that round and use some of that community spirit for good as we rebuild the Isle of Man and as we look forward to the future rather than looking back on the past. But today is about both in some ways. It's the history, and it just shows the resilience of the Isle of Man, both as a nation but also as a people, that we've got this far, that we can still celebrate on Tynwald Hill as we've done for the last 1,000 years. Absolutely, and like you say, to sit on that hill, how does it feel for you? It still gives me goosebumps. I mean, this is the 5th time I've done it, and I still, when I'm walking up, think, should I be here? Am I going to get arm wrestled by a police officer at any time? It is genuinely an honour to be part of history, but also be part of a really, what I consider an open and accessible democracy. You could never get this close to any politician, almost anywhere else in the world. Here with the petitions coming forward, with all those aspects of a very modern but open democracy, I think it's just amazing, and it's a real honour to be part of it. Lovely. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. So much. Fantastic. Thank you.
The other South Douglas member of the House of Keys, Paul Quine, you're made in Tynwald as well. How do you feel?
Well, I mean, obviously it's a very proud occasion for anyone who's honoured to be here, but obviously as a Manxman, as a proud Manxman, it's got that extra dimension, so yeah, I couldn't be prouder right now.
I would imagine today is something that's been in the back of your mind ever since late August last year when you were elected, but now it's here, it's happening, it's a royal Tynwald no less, there's a reality setting in it.
Yes, and it's really pleasing that Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, is going to preside this year, so I think that puts an extra dimension on it. So yeah, we got the good weather, thankfully, and hopefully we should all have a very enjoyable ceremony.
We certainly have got the good weather. Who's accompanying you today?
My good lady Karen.
Who's disappeared? Yeah.
She's just gone inside actually with my mother and Karen's mother, and also Karen's son and her partner as well. So quite a reasonable turnout on behalf of me.
Well, as a Manxman born and bred, I'm sure you'll be very proud and have a super day.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much. And while Mr. Quine goes off to attend parliamentary business, he mentioned the weather there. Of course, it's been, I think, in the gift of the President of Tynwald, certainly Noel Kringle ensured all bar 1 year that the weather was with us, and I think it was something his successor Claire Christian and then more latterly Steve Roden continued, and sure enough today it looks very promising indeed. In fact, it's only meant to get warmer, I think. We mentioned music earlier. I just wanted to mention that of course music plays a major part of the Royal Band. This year is the band of the Royal Air Force College, a band which it's forged its reputation, music and military excellence, based at RAF College Cranwell and under the direction today of the Flight Lieutenant Chris Ianson. He joined the Royal Air Force in 2003 and he had the privilege actually of leading the band a couple of years ago throughout the RAF celebrations of 2018. Always include Manx music as part of today, and that will be the case as well, as we'll hear a little bit later on. And I believe my colleague Kiri has a special guest with her.
Tell me, George, sorry, you're going to have to tell me when. Back on again now. Oh, Claire Barber, you've brought the sunshine with you today and a lovely outfit. What a day to get dressed up.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I think there's so many important things today. For me, the biggest thing is the 30th anniversary since Alan Shea marched up to the hill with a protest, and yet today he will be marching up as a friend and an equal of Tynwald, and that for me is what will be the most important thing today.
And that is very, very special, especially after we had the event in the Villa Marina the other weekend. It was inundated with people all enjoying just being together.
Absolutely. I think there's been a few things happen over the last 12 months. So we had the Pride event, we've had the sex offences bill, we've had the historic apology for the legislation that was in place at the time, we've got the official pardon contained within sex offences, and for me this is a big piece of the jigsaw of saying that actually we're absolutely in the right place. There's still work to be done, but in terms of LGBTQIA plus equality, today is a really important and historic moment.
It really, really is. And for you, Claire, what does it feel like sitting on the hill?
I think there's just nothing can quite capture the pride to know that, you know, people put their trust in me to be in that position, and I don't think I'll ever take that for granted. I think, you know, there's something incredibly humbling about the privilege of being able to sit on Tynwald Hill on Tynwald Day, and I think that absolutely the honour to do that and represent the country that I've chosen to call home, for me, just will never fade.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry you're
We have in distinctive blue this morning the President of Tynwald, Steve Roden. Of course, it is his final Tynwald Day. He's been a member for Garth since 1995, a position he held until 5 years ago when he was elected President of Tynwald. The preceding decade before that was as Speaker of the House of Keys, 2006 to 2016, and his political interest stems well beyond that. He was a Garth Commissioner from 1991, and even before he and his family moved to the Isle of Man in 1987, he was involved with politics in Scotland. A special day for Steve Roden and his family. We've been asking him for his reflections ahead of today. Well, Mr. President, I've not forgotten what you said to me some years ago now, that politicians are all birds of passage, and that very much is true. But it is now your turn to take flight, and my word, what a journey it's been.
Well, it's been absolutely fascinating, and to be a member of Tynwald is certainly for a Manx-born person, must be the greatest privilege and opportunity to serve the people of the island that one could have. So, as I'm sure you can tell from my accent, I'm, if I may say, an adopted Manxman and have lived here 34 years. Never did I imagine on coming here that one day I would have the opportunity to serve in Tynwald, and these last 5 years be President of Tynwald.
Did you foresee back then that here you would be 3 decades later, bowing out as the first non-Manx president, adopted Manxman, of the highest court in the land?
What brought me in, interestingly enough, was standing for the local authority, for Laxey Commissioners, back in 1991. And the reason for that was I'd been absolutely infuriated at a newspaper headline in the Isle of Man Examiner which said, "Laxey leads the Litter League." There was something called Operation Clean Sweep, which had been an initiative of the Department of Local Government Minister of the day, Tony Brown, and I thought, well, look, we'll prove the judges wrong, and we'll really get going with Clean Sweep in Laxey, and it was from that it was a step to joining the local authority, which I served on for 4 years. And in 1995 there was a by-election to Garth, with the elevation of the then MHK Dr. Mann to the Legislative Council. So I was persuaded to stand for the election. That was my first entry into the House of Keys.
In 1991, did you even harbour ambitions to stand for the House of Keys? Because obviously you were no political newcomer by the time you moved to the island.
Yes, I think when you've been here a few years and you have a stake in the place that you live, and whether you like it or not, politics is the only way to bring about improvements. And people who say, well, I'm not interested in politics, are they not interested in their education, in their future, their children's future? So politicians are a necessary evil, if you like, if you want to put it that way.
Scottish Young Liberals, pipe bans, Laxey clean sweep to the Education and Health Ministries. Can you select a political highlight or two and even potentially a personal standout memory?
One thing that stands out about was the 2003 Tynwald Day, which was a royal Tynwald when Her Majesty the Queen came. I was Education Minister at the time and had the privilege of introducing her to a number of youth organisations at St John's Field. So that was a memorable day. Some of the other things I'm quite pleased I was able to do. The Manx Medium Language School at St John's, the Bunn School, which opened in 2001, was a bit of a political gamble at the time. Votes for 16 and 17-year-olds.
During your life in politics, how important has it been to have forms of political friendship, to have the support of parliamentary, departmental staff, campaign workers?
Any individual going into politics needs the support of their family. They need the support of friends and campaign workers to work on their behalf. The hours are long. The hours at meetings, evening meetings, weekend events, visiting constituents. You really have to be committed to the community to do it properly. It's certainly true that individual politicians come in and they go away again. Birds of passage.
Well, the values of this honourable place and the independence of a nation in its own right are clearly close to your heart. How precious an asset is this institution and indeed other honourable places?
Tynwald value, it lies not only as a centuries-old proud element of the Isle of Man's unique heritage, but is absolutely key to the island moving forward. Now, Tynwald was founded in the days of the Vikings. It sat for centuries in Castle Rushen in the medieval court. It survived the period of the English Civil War. It went on through the sale of the island to the British, the forced sale of the island to the British Crown, then years of virtual colonial rule. Tynwald has always proved resilient, and never more so than over the last 15 months when the Isle of Man has been severely tested in time of trial, of course, with COVID. Tynwald has allowed the Isle of Man over the years to create its own democratic structures and its own arrangements for the benefit of its people. And that's why I've always said and will always say that Tynwald is the most precious asset that the Isle of Man has.
July the 5th then, what are your overwhelming feelings and indeed what memories does this day evoke for you? What are your earliest recollections of Tynwald Day?
Tynwald Day is the day when the Isle of Man proves to the world that it is a self-governing nation. We celebrate and promote and take great pleasure in showing to others and the importance of Tynwald Day visitors from across UK, Ireland, Scandinavia, Iceland, all over the world. When they come, they've never seen anything like it. And of course, those sort of connections are very important for the island, particularly political connections.
And what does the future hold then for Steve Charles Roden, OBE?
I will not be formally involved in politics, but I will find other interests, not least grandchildren. You know, childhood has gone like a puff, and if you do not make the time now, time that you weren't able to devote in the past to family matters, then you never will. So I'll be spending a lot of time with family and other interests, and with the many friends that one has made over the years.
You described yourself as an analogue politician for a digital age. Well, much has been said and will continue to be said before you officially bow out, I'm sure. But may I, on a personal note, and if I may on behalf of the island nation, wish you well, President of Tynwald, Steve Roden, thank you for your distinguished and dedicated service.
So here we are, Ellie Quayle, and what an important role you've had today, and maybe an honour, a privilege maybe?
Absolute honour. When I was asked, so Peter Littman, who's the organist, asked me if I'd write this piece. Absolute honour, privilege, all dreams come true really, just couldn't ask for more.
And this piece, Ellie, you're talking about will be played in the chapel, I assume?
Yes. Be played in the chapel whilst everyone processes from the chapel to the hill.
And where did the love for music come from for you?
Well, it's been ever since I can remember, really. I think my dad is massively musical and is always playing the piano and always encouraging me to have a go and just give it a go. Always very encouraging. And then I started playing piano, which is my main instrument, when I was 7.
Oh.
And from then I kind of picked up other instruments, and I started writing songs when I was 12, and it kind of progressed into then writing classical things. So it's just
a huge talent, and at such a young age as well.
Thank you.
It really is. And like you say, you prefer writing the music rather than performing it. For a young person, I find that quite bizarre.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. You sometimes think of composers kind of being a bit older, but for me it's always been about the writing and the creating and the ideas and lyrics as well. I love writing songs as well as classical pieces, but again, the performing I do enjoy. I play in a few bands around the island, and I love that, but the writing has always been at the core of what I want to do.
And I do believe that you're on stage as well?
Oh yes, I'm in all of the shows at the moment. You can't get enough of it. So I was just in Shrek, and then I'm in Annie at the moment, which is on October.
Oh, fantastic. And for you as a Manx girl, how does it feel to be part of the Manx Day with your piece?
Oh, such a privilege and an honour. I couldn't even emphasise. When I was asked, I just couldn't believe it. It's so kind of Peter to think of me. And as a Manxie, I have always been to Tynwald, really. So it's just an honour.
Absolutely. And how do you think you'll feel when you hear it playing out through the organ in the chapel?
Well, Mum told me to bring my tissues in my bag, so don't want to ruin the makeup, but I honestly think it would just be so emotional, and I'm so proud and excited about it.
Fantastic. Well done, Ellie.
Thank you so much.
The first ever female MHK for Onken, Julie Edge. Good morning to
Morning,
you.
James.
Morning. What do you make of today? I mean, you've been brought to this event. I mean, what are your overriding memories of this growing up?
Just every year coming down, with parents, and it's just such an emotional day when you're here as an MHK and walking up to the hill and making sure you don't trip up is the main thing, but it's just incredible, and to have the opportunity that we've got a royal visitor this year, I just, it's something that you can only really dream of when you're a youngster down here looking at the events of the day. So
what do you enjoy most about today? Is there a special moment that stands out for you?
I think it's really just seeing people. Most people come out today, don't they? It's a big Manx Day, and it's a proud occasion. I'm proud to be Manx, proud to welcome everybody to the island as well. And I just think it's a special day, and it's a privilege that we still have this open air ceremony, and hopefully it'll continue for many years.
Now, everybody has different roles and different approaches, if you like. involved with the way they run their political life. You're very much behind the scenes at times and get on quietly and efficiently and speak out when you need to speak out. How do you think that the 5 years of being collectively as we approach that tenure, because it's flown by, hasn't it?
It certainly has. I can't believe it's the 5th year this year, but certainly I've stuck to my principles. I said I wanted greater transparency. I've achieved that for the elections, making sure that candidates have to declare any of their interests before we stand with our nomination papers. So I've stuck to what I said in my manifesto pledge. I think I've delivered majority, and I think that's key. That's what you're elected for, and I'll just keep working hard, and hopefully when September comes, people will put their trust in me again.
And just let me ask you finally, what do your proud Manx family, what do your family make of it all on a day like today, and the fact that you're a member of the House of Keys?
They just love it. It's unfortunately Mum and Dad can't be here this year, but it would have been nice for them too, but they'll be watching later on the television and that, hopefully. And I have said to them, it is being live streamed, I believe, isn't it? So
it is indeed.
Hopefully
indeed.
Somebody will get them online. But yeah, no, it's a lovely occasion and very proud to be here.
Super. Well, enjoy your day and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Julie Edge, the MHK for Onken, one of the two MHKs for Onken. It really is starting to build up nicely here now. The wind is still a lovely breeze, but certainly Menannan's cloak, which protects us historically, is starting to clear. And do you know what? Whisper it quietly, but I think we're in for a bumper day.
So Jason Morehouse, another glorious Tynwald Day. After the absence of last year's, how does it feel for you today?
Oh, it's fantastic to see so many people. It's just, buzzing. It's incredible. Yeah, proud to be here, and it's wonderful.
And everybody chatting, and like you say, the atmosphere is very, very special, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it just feels so relaxed and calm, how it should be.
How it should be. After this year, what a year we've had.
Oh, yeah, terrible, terrible. But yeah, things are hopefully back to normal and we can enjoy life again, hopefully.
Yeah. And a busy year ahead for you?
Possibly, yeah. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, things are changing fast.
Back out on the road now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you for? You're for Arbury and Castletown?
Yeah, Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, yeah. I haven't declared yet, so
I'm
nearly there, but not quite there yet. So yeah, news next week possibly, yeah.
And what's it feel for you sitting on Tynwald Hill on Tynwald Day?
Oh, just incredible, it's a dream come true. Fantastic, yeah, I love it.
And to see all of the people that you represent around having chats, informal chats all day, it must be very special.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's just, it stands out every year. This is the best day of the year, yeah. Even better than Christmas.
And what will your afternoon include? Will you be able to go around the Fairfield?
Oh, yeah, I'll be staying here for most of the day, so yeah. So it should be good.
Get lots of feedback, enjoying some dinky donuts?
Oh, possibly, we'll see.
Lovely, well enjoy your day, Mr. Morehouse.
Thanks a lot, bye.
Thank you.
Well, this gentleman needs no introduction. Chief Minister Howard Quayle leading the troops for the final time this morning, if you like. What are your thoughts?
Yes, a little bit sad, I suppose. It's a special day. I'm delighted to have all my children with me for the first time ever this year on Tynwald Day, along with my wife. So Yeah, we've been, as a nation, we've been through some pretty tough times, James, and I'm just delighted that we can all be here today to celebrate our Manxness.
Well, I've just seen your wife Lorraine take a lovely family photo, certainly one for the mantelpiece if ever I've seen it. What are your memories of today as a boy growing up? Because obviously you've been part of July the 5th in various levels since you were this high, really.
That's right. The family used to, as long as there was no hay to be made, the family used to always take me to Tynwald Day. We're a very patriotic family, and it's a special day, and to be able to be part of Tynwald Day as the Chief Minister of the Isle of Man, there's not too many people can say they've done it, and this is my last one. So, yeah, a very special day. I'm just glad that the heavens have looked after us. He says, fingers crossed, and we're not going to be wet.
As a proud Manxman, what do you enjoy most about today?
I think it's just representing your island. I think that's walking up the hill, coming down the hill. You know, last year was special. We obviously we'd had COVID and there was restrictions, but the show went on. We got on with it, and it's a very memorable occasion. As I say, it's my last year to walk down the hill as the Chief Minister, so I'll take it in with a hint of sadness.
I would imagine being Chief Minister adds an extra level of pride and adds an extra level of pressure as well. But one of the overriding memories of the Tynwald days that I've been involved with in the media was last year, as you and David Ashford and a few others walked up the hill, and I appreciate it was Tynwald Light, if I can call it that.
Yeah.
The applause. I mean, you'll always remember that.
I will. That
imagine.
was special, having people call your name out and applaud. It's never happened before, and it was a special moment. You don't normally, Chief Ministers towards the end of the administration aren't always popular, but just get a round of applause from the audience and as they have your name shouted out. Well, it was a special memory.
Well, I hope you and your family savour today, and wishing you all the very best for the future. Thank you very much for your
James.
time. Thank you,
Okay.
Chief Minister.
Thank you
Chief
very
Minister
much
Howard
indeed.
Quayle. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Excuse me, sir. Paul from Granada.
So, David, a day off for you today?
Well, yeah, hopefully an enjoyable day away from the day-to-day, a chance to celebrate our National Day and reflect back on what's been quite a year for our island community.
It really has, quite a year, you say indeed. And today, to see all the people around us here just enjoying themselves, how does that make you feel after the year you've had?
It's absolutely amazing. The year that we've had, the community has really pulled together. People have been looking after others, checking on others, pulling things together, and I think everyone, no matter what they've done, large or small, should be really, really proud of themselves and thankful for where we are today.
Absolutely, in a nutshell. And the weather is just glorious. Manannan's cloak seems to have stayed away so far.
Well, we don't want to curse it just yet, there's plenty of time, but it's looking absolutely fabulous here. The blue skies are shining, and I hope that everyone has a great Tynwald Fair Day.
And are you going to stay around for the fair this afternoon?
You wouldn't believe this, but actually I've got to shoot off and have my second vaccine, actually. No change of rules for the Minister. My appointment fell on Tynwald Day. The vaccine will be administered on Tynwald Day.
Oh, well, I never. But what a team you've got around you, delivering those vaccines to the people 7 days a week.
It is absolutely fabulous. I was down at the airport hub yesterday because it was the final day of delivery down there, to thank the team down there. I just can't praise them enough. I generally am quite cynical in nature, so when I was told how many people would be put through the hubs, how many people would be processed, I didn't at first believe it, but the teams have pulled out of the bag, and it's just fabulous. So I just want to say a huge thank you again to everyone in health and social care for all that they've done. It's been a really trying time, and they've made everyone exceptionally proud with what they've done.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I hope the vaccine goes well and doesn't hurt too much.
It'll be absolutely fine, I'm sure.
And enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I am joined by an MHK and an MLC, but who knows, perhaps the role, and certainly in one case, will be reversed. Chris Robertshaw, MHK for East Douglas, and Kate Lord-Brennan, member of the Legislative Council and a candidate indeed in Peel and Glenfaber this year. Krista Berg was Lady in Red. Lovely to see you. Both look radiant in your own ways. Chris, this is, I think, 12 Tynwalds now. Is it Tynwald Days?
Yes, it is. Yes, I have a big sell-by date on me now. And here to my left, we have the new and the bold, and it's been an extraordinary 12 years. It's been really enjoyable.
When you set out on this journey, I think it was a by-election in 2010, I think. I mean, what Did you have any preconceptions, and how have they materialised, if indeed they have?
Well, it's important not to be too disappointed on such a beautiful sunny day, but I came in with a business head, I think, and kept it, and would like to see government be more business-like in the future. I've done my best, I've contributed as much as I can, but it's now time to hand the baton over to others.
This lady you're supporting, Kate, what have you how much have you enjoyed your time on the Legislative Council thus far, and what have you learned?
I've enjoyed it so much, but there's so much more to give and to kind of act on in different ways, and that needs to be hopefully through the keys. And one thing I have learned is that there's been so much good work that's already been done. I think there is a movement of people that will support some of the changes that are now they're well talked about and they're well known. The same things come up. So I think that what will happen next is that will hopefully get acted on.
Well, we wish you all the very best in the months ahead. And may I ask you, Mr. Robert Shaw, what do you see as the overriding challenge ahead for the next administration, if you can whittle it down, if that's possible, at a time of such challenges?
Gosh, you know that I can talk for hours, don't you? And this morning isn't the moment.
No, indeed.
But if I can boil it down to a few points, I would think government's got to become slimmer, more productive, deliver more revenue to the frontline services, separate its strategy off from operational work. We'll stop there, James.
Do you know what?
You've heard me say
no,
this
well, I
before.
have, and there's nothing wrong with that, although I realise today's not the day for politics as such.
No.
But thank you, and that's given us an insight into what's ahead. I'm sure we'll talk between now and September the 23rd. But thank you both, and I hope you have a super day, both of you.
Lovely day too, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He says it like he's not tired of saying it. I think that's amazing after all this time.
There's time yet. Yeah.
Thanks, James.
Thank you both, Chris Robert Shaw, MHK, Kate Lord Brennan, MLC.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, both of you.
Thank you.
And I hand over to Kiri.
So, Steve, official duty today in front of this beautiful chapel.
It's always a pleasure. I'm very proud to be able to come here. Born on the islands, it would make, if my gran were here to see this, it would make her day absolutely. Seeing so much of the island's history, and obviously we spent the last week with the team behind the scenes and the seneschals. They worked so hard. It goes so smoothly. And again, after the pandemic with the royal visit today, everybody's excited.
The icing on the cake, isn't it?
It is. Seeing the smiles and the faces, and just everybody's so excited for today.
So when you're out there snapping through the crowd, you'll be able to get lots of lovely, bright, shiny faces, especially with this blue sky.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. Loads of kids playing. It's always so nice with Tynwald now, with the family feel, with the fair afterwards, and we see, there is the pomp and pageantry, but when you speak to the MHKs, the MLCs, the guests, how much it means, and the history, even last year in the pandemic, where they put it on in about 4 weeks' notice, the island's history comes out at its absolute best today.
Yeah. So now you're on official duty all day?
All day, here, follow the guest rounds, we capture the whole day, it all goes down to the library, so every year we have the story of Tynwald for that year. It's an important role,
Yeah,
you feel the pressure.
So now, if you're a person in the audience, look on this website and they might be a face in the crowd.
Tynwald website, they'll be there. All the photos are available free, they're all in the library, so it's a service to the islands. And of course, we'll get pictures of you doing your duty today.
Oh, well, I never.
I forgot to put my hat on.
Oh, I can always lend you mine.
Oh, that'd be great. I'm fascinated by those, so cool.
Lovely. Enjoy, Jake.
And you, take
all
care.
Right, thanks,
See you
Steve.
guys.
Rescued it.
Well, I'm joined by one of the members for Albury, Castletown and Maloo, and indeed the Minister for Home Affairs, Graham Cregeen. Good morning to you.
James.
You're the father of the house. I was working this out before. You're actually the father of the House of Keys, the most experienced member of the Keys. That's quite an accolade, isn't it? Are you aware of that on a day like today?
Yes, it is. When I got elected in 2006, you never thought that you'd be the longest-serving member of the House of Keys, and albeit, even by 10 minutes. So 10 minutes is 10 minutes.
10 minutes it is, indeed. What is it like today being part of this sensitive occasion?
Do you know, it's a fantastic honour to represent the island at events like this, and the pride of being here, and to see the people here. It's one of those, from the first time that you come here and you're walking down to the hill, it has that sort of pull on you that's it makes you proud to be Manx.
I know today is not a political day as such, and I was handed just a short while ago a poster here that the Family and Mobile Library are distributing as part of their plans for long-term sustainability for the library and to maintain both services. So I know today's not a day for politics, but I just got to ask you, because you've been heavily involved in the sort of trying to make this elm tree issue in your area, if you like, or just outside your area, make it work and make it happen. You've had a busy couple of weeks, but thankfully this seems to be a happy ending.
It is, and it's one of those things that sort of you suddenly think, well, how did this manage to go through? And and when you drive down, it's a beautiful scene that when you're driving down, you've got that canopy of elm trees, and hopefully sort of we've been able to save them. And I would hope sort of the next administration will go and actually have a look to see how things like this were allowed to happen. And hopefully the minister's now got a resolve to this and we'll be able to save them.
The clock is chiming 11. Just before you go, can you put politics to one side today and enjoy the occasion? I mean, there's an element of parliamentary theatre, of course. There's still laws there's a captioning ceremony, there's still the business of the day. But on the whole, can today be enjoyed?
It is, and it's one of those things that you come out here, you can talk to all the people that sometimes you don't get the chance to, and it's really nice to see so many people here.
Graham Cregeen, I wish you and your family a super day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, James.
Thank you very much indeed. That was the Albury, Maloo and Castletown member, Graham Cregeen. So I think we are approaching the official part of the day, if I can call it that. The petitioners I can see starting to gather at the Lich Gate to present their petitions, and with that, the ceremony in mind now, really, that we focus. From Kiri and myself, and Kiri, we've been speaking to an awful lot of people over the last hour, but thank you for do stay tuned, because there's plenty more to come, but the time on this gem of God's earth it's just past 11 o'clock. The official proceedings will soon be with you. Leading you throughout that will be Bill Dale, and we'll hear from him in a few moments' time. But for myself, from Kiri and me, for the moment, thank you for your time. Have a super day. Gura Mayu, and thank you.
Thank you.
Moramai, good morning, and a warm welcome to the village of St John's for Tynwald Day and the Tynwald ceremony. And this year we are delighted to say a royal Tynwald ceremony. Her Royal Highness Princess Anne is our very special guest today, and we will very soon offer a warm Manx welcome to the daughter of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth to St John's and the Tynwald ceremony. Her Royal Highness is no stranger to the Isle of Man. She has visited several times, the last being in 2019, officially opening a number of facilities around the island. She was here for similar events in 2014 and again in 2018. The last royal visit to Tynwald was in 2003, and that was attended by Her Majesty the Queen herself and Prince Philip. Princess Anne joins us today to celebrate the longest continuously running parliament in the world, and where we are able to reflect on the unique history of the Isle of Man and the events throughout history which have influenced our island and our people. Our parliamentary system, set in place by the Vikings over 1,000 years ago, means that the Isle of Man is a nation in its own right, making its own laws and legislation. In fact, the Isle of Man is not and has never been part of the United Kingdom. So we have a unique parliamentary system here, and, of course, coming up soon, we have a general election for the House of Keys in September. And many candidates have already declared they will be standing. And some current MHKs have already said they won't be standing. So whatever happens, we will be seeing new faces on Tynwald Hill at next year's Tynwald ceremony. We are also seeing some very well-known faces taking part in the ceremony today for the final time, and we'll give you more about that later. Today, though, is not a day to debate politics. This is a day to celebrate the Isle of Man. So this really is a rather special Royal Tynwald Day and a very special period in history for the Isle of Man and its people. But it's not just for people born in the Isle of Man. It's a day for everyone who lives here and for everyone who loves this beautiful island. And it's a day to perhaps learn a little bit more about our heritage and the unique ceremony you are about to witness. And most of all, it's also a day to be enjoyed, our own national day, and of course, a bank holiday. We also offer a special welcome to the guests of Tynwald who have travelled to the Isle of Man to be here today and to be part of Tynwald Day. And we also have, for the first time, some special Isle of Man guests who are here today as well. More about them later. So we wish a warm Manx welcome to everyone. Now, already this morning, we are very grateful to the Manx Folk Dance Society who were entertaining us all on Tynwald Green earlier. Thank you to everybody involved. There's also lots of entertainment around for the whole of the day, and we'll update you on that as we go along. Now, one event has already taken place this morning, and just a few minutes ago, all the official overseas guests visited the Cooley Gardens on the Peel side of Tynwald Hill, where they each placed stones from their countries on a cairn which has slowly been growing since this idea began in the year 2000. Now, in just a few moments, we can expect the schools parade, which will be led by Onken Silver Band, the Manx flag, and school groups. Now, they will come up Station Road from St John's School via the main road to the Lich Gate, and they should be appearing very shortly. Later, we will be joined by the Guard of Honor from the Queen's Colour Squadron, from the 63 Squadron RAF Regiment. The Guard Commander is Squadron Leader Brendan Dunn. And today's band is the band of the Royal Air Force College. The Director of Music is Flight Lieutenant Chris Ianson. This is his second visit to the Tynwald ceremony. And the fanfare team, these are the fanfare trumpeters from the band of the Royal Air Force College. Now we've had a signal to say that the Yonk and Silver Band is on its way up Station Road over by Greens. And here we have the band of the Royal Air Force College. So everyone is taking up their positions now on the processional pathway, and in a few moments we will be asking the band to entertain us until the arrival of the royal party. I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box here by Kiri Kermode and James Davis, two very familiar faces at Tynwald Day. We've been given a warning that about 1 minute until the royal party arrives. And this year, as a major change, they're coming from the Peel direction. And this, James, is because we're told that the Queen has, Princess Anne has arrived at Queen Elizabeth High School.
We believe so, yes. Indeed, Princess Royal arrived a short time ago, and we're just expecting the car any moment now. And I'm sure that the fact that this is a royal visit, after everything that we've been through over the last 15 months, is only adding to the excitement and anticipation ahead of today. And of course, I'm sure that is led to some extras turning up and arriving here for the ceremony in person.
I think so. All local events this year have been really well supported, haven't they? So this is an opportunity to get back to Tynwald Day as we remember it, because it was very different last year.
It certainly was. It was Tynwald Light, if I can call it that, last year, and today it's a day of unity, isn't it? Not discussion and debate, but political and personal issues are put to one side, and it's really to enjoy the pomp and pageantry of our national day. I think so. The event has sometimes become involved with politics through protests. We don't seem to have one today, thank goodness. But it's not a political day. This is a day to celebrate our history. I mean, you think about this, it goes back to the Vikings over 1,000 years ago. It is quite amazing. Yeah, I think, is it 42 years since the Millennium Tynwald, which obviously marked 1,000 years, and that was a Royal Tynwald, of course. And this is the first Royal Tynwald we've had since 2008, when Princess Anne was the guest of honour that year as well. So a regular visitor to the island in recent years, and warmly welcome back.
Absolutely. And here we can see the motorcade arriving. Now, Her Royal Highness and the Lieutenant Governor will be greeted by the Military Liaison Officer, Mr. Kerry Greaves, and also two captains of the parish, Mr. Dennis Duggan from Lizère and Mr. Philip Cayley from Braddon. It's interesting that the captain's oath is that they are required to quell riots and to secure all rioters to preserve the Queen's peace. Let's hope that doesn't happen today. You can see the Princess Anne's meeting members of the public, and very shortly she will be going to the dais to take the royal salute. Here we have the fly past, 3 Hawk jets from RAF Valley and Anglesey. And now Her Royal Highness will inspect the Guard of Honour and the front row of the band before we move over to the War Memorial for the traditional ceremony. And now Princess Anne and the Lieutenant Governor will walk towards the War Memorial for the traditional wreath laying ceremony. Now, this is the National War Memorial, built and designed by PMC Kermode. The Isle of Man played its part in no small way during both wars and suffered 1,200 casualties during the First World War and 500 in the Second World War. And we ask that everyone here today observes a minute's silence in memory of those lost in war. And the wreath will be handed over by the Governor's cadet, 17-year-old Emily Duckworth from St John Ambulance. The Royal Party is now on its way to the Church Hall, which today serves for one day a year as the robing room. And in there will be all of the members of Tynwald. And in a few moments, they won't be there too long, they'll be there just for a few moments, and then they come back up for the church service. Well, you can see now that the members of Tynwald are processing from the robing room into the church for the service. The service today will feature the Lord Bishop of Soder and Man, the Right Reverend Peter Eagles, the Dean of St Germans and Vicar of the Parish of the West Coast, the Very Reverend Nigel Godfrey, MA, the Chaplain of the House of Keys, the Venerable Andrew Brown, MA, Chairman of the Methodist District, Reverend Richard Hall, MA, and the Roman Catholic Dean, Monsignor John Devine, OBE.
Benacton, Moramai Ulyu, Fel Sherud Iskeel Nuyon Bashta. Blessings. Good morning and welcome to you all, Church of St. John the Baptist. On this Tynwald Day, we meet together to give thanks to God for the many benefits we have received during the past year, to pray for our island and its government in the coming year, and to dedicate ourselves anew to the service of God and the people of our island. So we sing our first hymn, O Worship the King.
to penitence. God be gracious to us and bless us. Lord, have mercy. Make your ways known on the earth. Christ, have mercy. Reveal your justice in the sight of the nations. Lord, have mercy. Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners. Sins are forgiven in Christ. Amen. Ye Ulian Yartan, Vodas Tachit, the Hoiles Moinat, the Iranya as the Grisi, Tashin Gwild, ons Kri the Hoile Wanya, Gri Ferenakachi, Astua Logish, the Hvina, Glenashi, at Sin. Shuninate, the Vod, the Rila, God era Hajant, the Fiat, Derofissi, then the Christel, to easy Christ, Amen.
one of the scribes who had listened to these discussions and had observed how well Jesus answered, came forward and asked him, "Which is the first of all the commandments?" He answered, "The first is, 'Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is the one Lord, and you must love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength.' The second is this, 'You must love your neighbour as yourself.' No other commandment is greater than these." The scribe said to him, "Well said, teacher. You are right in saying that God is one and beside him there is no other, and to love him with all your heart, all your understanding, and all your strength, and to love your neighbour as yourself. That means far more than any whole offerings and sacrifices." When Jesus saw how thoughtfully he answered, he said to him, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." After that, nobody dared put any more questions to him. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead and buried. He descended into hell. The third day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven and sitteth on the right hand of God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. I believe in the Holy Ghost, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen.
Let us pray. O Lord our God, guide the leaders of the nations into the ways of peace and justice.
Yes, Lord.
Guard and strengthen your servant Elizabeth, our Queen, Lord of man, and all the members of the royal family, that they may put their trust in you and seek your honour and glory.
Yes, Lord.
Endue the High Court of Tynwald, here assembled, with wisdom and understanding, that through them we might be wisely and justly governed.
Yes, Lord.
Bless those who administer the law and all who hold public office, that they may uphold justice, honesty, and truth.
Yes, Lord.
Give us a broader vision of the needs of the whole world, a deeper compassion to fill these needs, and a desire to uphold the rights and freedoms of all your children, regardless of creed or race.
Yes, Lord.
Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we praise thy holy name for our island heritage, and we beseech thee, with thy favour, to behold all who dwell here. May thy blessing rest upon all the labours of our minds and hands. Keep, we pray thee, in thine almighty care, all who go down to the sea in ships, and all who travel by land and air. Help us to order with grace and dignity our common life in town and sheeding, that we may live and our children grow in health and godliness. May thy grace be with all who visit our shores, that they may find recreation of body and soul, and with us may glorify thee, the giver of all good things, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Asbaniach lioliniakel in imach spirit no, di rauni masto as de hanitin merio, son di brach. Amen.
procession to the hill, and this is the point at which we would like to welcome our official guests. Right Honourable Mr Nigel Evans MP, Deputy Speaker and Second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means House of Commons. Nigel Evans was a teenager when he joined the Conservative Party and eventually became an MP in 1992 when he secured the Lancashire seat of Ribble Valley. He was appointed Vice Chair of the Conservative Party between 1999 and 2001 and Shadow Secretary of State for Wales from 2001 to 2003. He was elected Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons and First Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means between 2010 and 2013. And in January 2020, he was elected as the second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. He is the first LGBT politician to be elected to the role and stood on a campaign pledge to promote LGBT issues globally. Mr. Evans is accompanied by Mr. Liam Lawrence Smith, Clerk of Legislation at the House of Commons.
Mr. Jarvis Mataya. Mr. Mataya joined the CPA in November 2017 and was appointed CPA Deputy Secretary General in August 2020. He previously worked in a number of roles at international level in global justice, human rights, rule of law, gender, equality and governance. He also worked as State Attorney and Prosecutor with the Malawi government and headed the legal and investigations at the Malawi Human Rights Commission. In September 2019, he was appointed by the CPA General Assembly to act as CPA Secretary General until August 2020, when Mr. Stephen Twigg was appointed as the new Secretary General. Mr. Mataya is accompanied by his wife, Mrs. Susan Mataya.
Another guest from Parliament with us today is David Morris MP. He was elected 11 years ago as the Member of Parliament for Morecambe and Lunesdale, and holds the sole honour of being the only Parliamentary Private Secretary to the Cabinet Ministers for all the devolved nations and to the Secretaries of State for Education, Home Office and Communities. Prime Minister Cameron's self-employment ambassador, he currently serves on the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly, is a member of the 1922 committee and also on the board of the Conservative Party.
The Justice of the Supreme Court, the Right Honourable Lord Stevens of Creagh-Lagar. Sir Ben Stevens became a Justice of the Supreme Court in October 2020. He was called to the Bar of Northern Ireland in 1977, the Bar of England and Wales in July 1978, and to the Bar of Ireland in 1996. And he took silk also in 1996. Amongst numerous appointments, he became a High Court judge in Northern Ireland in 2007, and he was Hague Convention liaison judge with international cases involving child abduction between 2008 and 2014, and also served as chairman of the Council of Law Reporting for Northern Ireland. He was a commissioner in the Northern Ireland Judicial Appointments Commission between 2013 and 2020. First as a High Court judge and then as a Lord Justice of Appeal. He was a senior Lord Justice of Appeal from 2017 until 2020. Today, Lord Stevens is accompanied by his wife, Lady Stevens.
Colonel the Right Honourable Bob Stewart, DSO, MP. Colonel Bob Stewart, DSO, spent most of his early years abroad in the Middle East with his parents until 1959. When, together with his younger brother, he was sent to boarding school in Chigwell in Essex. When he was 17, Mr. Stewart was selected to attend the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst, and he graduated from there in 1969 as an infantry officer, commissioned into the Cheshire Regiment. Thereafter, he was Army officer for a total of 26 years. In 1992, as a Lieutenant Colonel, Stewart took his battalion to Bosnia as the first United Nations commander of the British forces there. On return, he was promoted to Colonel and was posted for his final appointment in the Army as Chief of Policy at Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe in Mons, Belgium. He left the Army in 1996 and entered the world of politics when he was elected to Parliament in 2010 as Conservative MP for Beckenham. He was re-elected in 2015, 2017 and 2019. He is currently a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee at Parliament, the National Security Strategy Joint Committee and the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee.
Well, this year the Tynwald Ceremony Arrangements Committee has invited some on-island guests to attend the ceremony and join their counterparts from further afield. Among them, Major General Sir Lawrence New, and I'm sure he won't mind me sharing with you that he first attended Tynwald Day 78 years ago, some 78 years ago, as a Boy Scout. His military pedigree includes time as the commanding officer of the 4th Royal Tank Regiment and Defence and Military Attaché in Tel Aviv, as well as Chief of Staff at the Defence Intelligence Centre during the Falklands War. He is, of course, best known in the island as the former Lieutenant Governor of the Isle of Man, as well as presiding officer of Tynwald. In fact, I can remember as a small boy, my brother and I being taken to meet Sir Lawrence and Lady Anna to visit the Lockton sheep who roamed a small part of the grounds in the mid to late 1980s. Although they both departed the island immediately at the end of his tenure, they returned to the island 5 years later and once again embraced island life, supporting a number of organisations and charities, not least the Manx Youth Band and Manx Concert Brass, of which Sir Lawrence is a very popular and hands-on president. It's wonderful that we have local guests today, and Sir Lawrence is accompanied by his wife, Lady New.
We also welcome Sir Miles Walker, CBE. Sir Miles was educated at Castle Rushen High School and the Shropshire Agricultural College. He later went on to become a company director in the farming and retail dairy trade. He was an Arbory Commissioner from 1970 until 1976, latterly as the chairman, before being elected as the MHK for Rushen. And in 1986 he was elected as the island's first ever Chief Minister and continued in the post until the 1996 election. He was honoured as a CBE in 1991. He was awarded an honorary doctorate in 1994 by Liverpool University and received a knighthood in 1997. Sir Miles remained an MHK until he retired at the 2001 general election. Of course, as always, Sir Miles is accompanied today by his wife, Lady Mary Walker.
Mrs. Claire Christian, OBE, and Captain of the Parish. Mrs. Christian was first elected as a member of the House of Keys for Ayr in 1980 and re-elected in 1981. She was elected as a member of the Legislative Council in 1993, re-elected in 1998, 2003 and 2008. She was then elected as President of Tynwald in July 2011 and served until 2016. Mrs. Christian was appointed an OBE in 2016 birthday honours for her services to the Isle of Man.
And we have Mr. Tony Brown, OBE. Mr. Brown was a member of the House of Keys for Castletown from 1981 to 2011. He was educated at Victoria Road Primary School in Castletown and later at Castle Rushen High School. He was elected a member of Castletown Commissioners in 1976 before becoming chairman in 1980, and he was then elected the Castletown MHK in 1981 at his first attempt. In the year 2000, he became Deputy Speaker of the House of Keys, subsequently being elected Speaker following the 2001 general election. He became Deputy President of Tynwald in January 2002. And his nomination for Chief Minister was confirmed by Tynwald in December 2006. Mr. Brown was awarded an OBE in the 2013 birthday honours for public and political service.
Today is a real who's who of Manx politics, but the official guests stem from all walks of life, and we now have two guests who have been awarded the Tynwald Honour, one of which is Jeff Carron, MBE. Born in the Isle of Man, he was admitted to the Manx Bar at the age of 22 and went on to enjoy a distinguished career in the legal profession, a former senior partner at Dickinson Cruikshank, and indeed a former president of the Isle of Man Law Society, all the while supporting various charitable causes. He was the driving force behind the development of the National Sports Centre. As well as his work for the Isle of Man Sports Council, he was chairman and games director of the 4th Commonwealth Youth Games held here in the Isle of Man, of course, in 2011. Mr. Carron has also been a long-time champion of those with disabilities. In 2008, he was awarded an MBE in recognition of his services to sport and the disabled in the Isle of Man. In 2012, he became a Freeman of the Borough of Douglas, and 6 years ago, he was awarded the Tynwald Honor. He's joined this morning on the processional way by his wife, Elin.
Mrs. Nadine Crowther. Mrs. Crowther's involvement and interest in healthcare began at an early age, when her father enrolled her with St. John's Ambulance Brigade.
Later, as a teenager, she volunteered at her local hospital looking after geriatric and terminally ill patients. The experience of working with these patients formed her later work in hospice care. She was instrumental in the development of a night nursing service that allowed people to be cared for in their own homes, and thereafter, lobbying of the island's medical professions, the Isle of Man Hospice was established in August 1983, initially operating a community service from Sydney Mount in Douglas. St Bridget's Hospice opened for its first inpatient in March 1988, with an official opening in July of that year by Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Kent. Mrs. Crowther later served as President of Hospice. In 1994, Mrs. Crowther was awarded an MBE in recognition of her work in hospice care. She was awarded the Tynwald Honor in 2013.
Another Isle of Man guest is Mr. Alan Shea. Mr. Shea is a campaigner who has spent much of his life for the decriminalisation of homosexuality. And on Tynwald Day 1991, Mr. Shea presented a petition requesting a change to the anti-homosexuality laws in force in the island at that time. The outfit he wore that day symbolised a concentration camp uniform, and that outfit is now on display in Culture Vannin. In January 2020, Mr. Shea was present when the Chief Minister, the Honourable Howard Quayle, issued an unqualified apology to gay men convicted of same-sex offences under previous Manx laws. The Sexual Offences and Obscene Publications Bill 2019, when enacted, will make provision for replacing all current sexual offence legislation. It has received third readings in both the House of Keys and the Legislative Council, and royal assent is currently awaited. The bill provides for those sentenced for offences which are no longer criminalised to receive a pardon and to have previous convictions cleared from their records.
Mr. Ray Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson is the Isle of Man County Chairman of Royal British Legion. He has a background of over 25 years in quality management, primarily in the aircraft and manufacturing sector. Ray, an ISO lead auditor, was responsible for ensuring that the registry successfully gained their ISO 14001 Environmental Management System certification in 2014 and oversees the Department of Enterprise Investors in People accreditation.
And now we have the royal party making its way along the pathway, and holding the sword of state in front of Her Royal Highness is Mrs. Bernadette Williams. And this is the 25th successive occasion on which she has performed this role. Quite some achievement. Now, once everyone is in place, we will have the fencing of the court by the coroner for Glenfaber, after which the laws which have been passed during the last 12 months will be promulgated, firstly in the English language by the First Teamster, Andrew Corlett, and then by Yin Leader, Mr. Bob Carswell.
Letters patent from Her Majesty the Queen. Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of our other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith. To our trusty and well-beloved Sir Richard Hugh Turton Gosney, Knight Commander of our most distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George, Governor of our Isle of Man, Stephen Charles Roden, Esquire, President of Tynwald, Andrew Corlett, Esquire, Deemster and Clerk of the Rolls of our Isle of Man, Jewan Paul Watterson, Esquire, Speaker of the House of Keys, and our other trusty and well-beloved members of the Legislative Council and the House of Keys of our Isle of Man, greeting. Whereas you have represented unto us that our loyal subjects in our Isle of Man are desirous that Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, on the occasion of her forthcoming visit to our Isle of Man, should preside at the Court of Tynwald. Now know ye that we do give and grant by the tenor of these presents unto our most dearly beloved daughter full power in our name to preside at the meeting at the Court of Tynwald on Tynwald Hill, to be holden at St. John's on the 5th day of July, now next ensuing, and to do everything which for us and by us shall there be thereat to be done. And we do further direct and enjoin that these our letters shall be read and proclaimed at such places within our Isle of Man as our said Lieutenant Governor shall think fit. In witness whereof we have caused these our letters to be made patent, witness ourself at Westminster, the 23rd day of June in the 70th year of our reign. By the Queen herself, signed with her own hand.
Learned First Deemster, direct the court to be fenced.
Coroner of Glenfaber Sheeding and in Lyder, fence the court.
I do fence this court of Tynwald in the name of our most gracious Sovereign Lady the Queen. I charge no person do quarrel, brawl or make any disturbance, and that all persons do answer their names when called. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this whole audience to bear witness, this court is now fenced.
Ons edem charen vannen. Nach gin pergebi, troje, baggert, na gin borre na sabi. As de gin de huljefer freger trevisse erne. Tam hier corre cortus erne is shaw de wel en whale shaw fo hera. Tam hier corre cortus erne is shaw de wel en whale shaw fo hera. Tam hier corre cortus cledden een is shaw de wel en whale shaw nisjach fo hera.
Incoming coroners, take the oath in ancient form to execute your offices for the ensuing year and receive your staves of office from the hands of Her Royal Highness. By that book, and by the holy contents thereof, and by the wonderful works that God hath miraculously wrought in heaven above, and in the earth beneath, in 6 days and 7 nights, you shall, without respect of favour or friendship, love or gain, consanguinity or affinity, envy or malice, well and truly execute the office of coroner for each sheeding to which you have been appointed for the ensuing year, so help you God.
Thank you. Hope your knees are all right. Learned Deemsters, I exhort you to proclaim to the people, in ancient form, such laws as have been enacted during the past year and which have received the royal assent.
Registration of Business Names Amendment Act 2020, an act to amend the Registration of Business Names Act 1918 so as to include a company to which the Companies Act 2006 applies as a person required to be registered under the Registration of Business Names Act 1918.
Slatus recortisa emnum curp dello, liasica, feed feed. Slatus to liasica slatus recortisa emnum curp dello, nahi jeg as hog jeg. De goil shak sheshek gelalabi, to slatus sheshikton delal benton g. Ma presume to fame golera cortisa, fo slatus recortisa emnum delal, nahi jeg as hog jeg.
Isle of Man Loans Amendment Act 2020, an act to amend the Isle of Man Loans Act 1974 to make provision about the borrowing powers of government, the Consolidated Loans Fund, borrowing authorities, and for connected purposes.
Slatus Yisikton, Elian Vanam, Liasica, feed. Slatus to Liasica, slatus Yisikton, Elian Vanam, nahi jeg, tree feeders kiejeg. De Yinu Karelan, Makiaun Purakan, Arailtus, de Goila Yisak. Store Ergid the Yisikton Kohimzut, looked and rail others Goila Yisak, as some cushion Eli Benton, then huge Gedden.
Regulation of Care Amendment Act 2020, an act to amend the Regulation of Care Act 2013 so as to exempt certain independent medical agencies and nurses' agencies from the need to register under that act and for connected purposes.
Slatus Ganail Karail Liasica, feed. Slatus to Liasica, slatus Ganail Karail, feed trijeg. De Cursersness de Pert de Yintus and Leas, as Jintus and Bonden round your Krogadak, Vian fame de Vey Recortisich, phone classes Shen, as some cushion Elia Benton, then huge Gedden.
Children and Young Persons Amendment Act 2020, an act to amend the Children and Young Persons Act 2001 so as to provide for reviews in respect of the deaths of children and young people and for connected purposes.
Slatus clone the Sliaga, Liasica, feed. Slatus to Liasica, slatus clone the Sliaga, feed nen. De Correos on Everunus and Benton de Bears and clone a Sliaga, as some cushion Elia Benton, then huge Gedden.
Limitation Childhood Abuse Act 2020, an act to remove the limitation period for actions for damages in respect of personal injuries resulting from childhood abuse and for connected purposes.
Slatus Cagliac Tre, Droc Imidence Lianawak, feed. Slatus Tamuka and Cagliac Tre, some shooting de Gedden Colina, Benton der Skelia Pazunak, to chit vi Droc Imidence Lianawak, as some cushion Eli Benton, then huge Kethen.
Licensing Amendment Act 2020, an act to amend the Licensing Act 1995 and to amend the Music and Dancing Act 1961 and for connected purposes.
Slatas stol kid, Liazika, feet eaters feed. Slatas to Liazika, slatas stol kid, naihi jeg, care feeders queg jeg. As slatas kioliakas dancing, naihi jeg, tree feeders nan. As some cushionelli benton, then huge Kevin.
Divorce, Dissolution and Separation, Isle of Man Act 2020. An act to make, in relation to marriage and civil partnership, provision about divorce, dissolution and separation, and for connected purposes.
Slatas scarapuzi, phaselapuzi, as scara, Elian vanan, feet eaters feed. Slatas to Corales on scarapuzi, phaselapuzi, as scara. Benton der Pusa as Pertias Tiach, as some Cushionelli Benton, then huge Kevin.
Elections, Keys and Local Authorities Act 2020. An act to repeal and replace the Representation of the People Act 1995 and the Local Elections Act 1986. To consolidate in a single enactment provisions equivalent to those made by the two aforementioned acts, and for connected purposes.
Slatis Ryerson, Kieras feed as looked and rail in a door, feed heaters feed. Slatis Tamukas Goilinid, Slatis Turastulus a foreball, Naihi Jeg care feed as queg jeg. A Slatis Tainadak, Naihi Jeg care feed as shay. To Curlish, Racalia and St. Slatis, Carailan to Cornru, Jint Lorish, Adair Lattis, Ryrech, as some Cushionelli Benton, then huge Kevin.
Public Housing Act 2020. An act to revoke the Sale of Houses Regulations 1958 with retrospective effect and for connected purposes.
Slatus Cummerlan, feed heaters feed. Slatus Tamuka, Raylan Craig Tyan, Naihi Jeg Hog Jeggers died. As to Kershorance Breve I date Satre Kai, as to Cushionelli Benton, then huge Kevin.
Domestic Abuse Act 2020. An act to make fresh provision about domestic abuse, to make consequential and minor amendments to the Land Registration Act 1982, and for connected purposes.
Slatus Drock Imid, Saluktai, feed heaters feed. Slatus to Corral as a gnome, Macian Drock Imid, Saluktai. To Ginuliascan from all as beggar, their Slatus Recortus of Toulouse, Naihi Jeg care feeders Geese. As some Cushionelli Benton, then huge Kevins.
Registration of Electors Act 2020. An act to restate the enactments relating to the franchise and the registration of electors, to amend the law relating to the maintenance of electoral registers and for connected purposes.
Slatus Recortus a Riderum, feed heaters feed. Slatus to Chit Harish, Slatus and Benton den care Rai as Recortus a Riderum. To Liazic and Lai Benton der Friel Sus Recortus and Ryazak, as some Cushionelli Benton, then huge Kevin.
Bank Recovery and Resolution Act 2020. An act to provide for bank recovery and resolution and for connected purposes.
Slatus Bank, Carol as Ginu Fondak Rish, feed heaters feed. Slatus to Corral, some Carol as Ginu Fondak Rish, Bankan to Gulfall, as some Cushionelli Benton, then huge Kevin.
Property Service Charges Amendment Act 2020. An act to amend the Property Service Charges Act 1989 to provide that the Act may, by order, be applied to other specified persons and dwellings, and for connected purposes.
Slatus Yikishton, Shavesh, Cummerlan, Liazica, feed heaters feed. Slatus to Liazica, Slatus Yikan, Shavesh, Cummerlan, Naihi Jeg care feeders nigh. De Carail de Vod Slatis Lorish Ordak, Ve Curriche Pazunan, as Cumlan Emma Sigelia, as some Cushnelli Benton, then Hooge Gedden.
Income Tax Act 2020, an act to confirm certain temporary taxation orders and to amend the Income Tax Act 1970 so as to enable regulations to be made which provide for debts relating to any relevant foreign tax pursuant to arrangements having effect by virtue of Section 104E.
Slatis Kees Chitshak, Feed Heaters Feed. Slatis to Shigrika, Pert to Ordekan Kees Tamiltak, as to Liazica Slatis Kees Chitshak, Nahi Jeg Tree Feeders Jai. De Liga de Rayland de Vagint, Viscarail Son Firkan Benton der Keesh, Yoria B to Kui. Cordale Rish Rakerson Tunsbree, Kindak Rish Arne Kiad as Kier E.
Courts, Tribunals and Local Authority Procedures and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2020. An act to make provision about procedures under the Criminal Justice Police and Courts Act 2007, the Police Powers and Procedures Act 1998 and the Criminal Law Act 1981, and local authority procedures in respect of meetings, to make provision in respect of the vacation of departmental facilities, to amend the Public Health Act 1990, and for connected purposes.
Slatis Quaylan, Quaylan Reiki as Acton Lupton Rail in a door as Caclair de Carailan Feed Heaters Feed. Slatis to Ginu Carailan McCown Acton for Slatis Caris Kimmy. Namuran She as Naquaylan Feed Heaters Shack. Slatis Purakan as Acton Namuran She Nahi Jeg Care Feeders Hogjeg. As Slatis I Kimmy Nahi Jeg Care Feeders Nen. As Acton Lupton Rail in a door Benton der Chaglaman. To Ginu Carail and Benton der Araka Surrency, Vianadan Carail and Rank Slant as Carail a Tear. To Liazica Slata Slanta Tear, Nahi Jeg Carefeed as Jai, as some Cushinelli Benton, then Hooge Gedden.
Gas Regulation Amendment Act 2021, an act to amend the Gas Regulation Act 1995 to confer the power to set parameters within which a public gas supplier may fix tariffs and for connected purposes.
Slatus Ganale Gas, Liazica, Feed Heaters Nanas Feed. Slatus to Liazica, Slatus Ganale Gas, Nahi Jeg Care Feeders Quegjeg. To Kerpur de Hayaka Caglian Chow Stijau, others Care de Gas Tiak, Sayaka Rolla de Friesen, as some Cushinelli Benton, then Hooge Gedden.
Manx Care Act 2021, an act to establish Manx Care, to confer duties on it in connection with the functions it discharges and for connected purposes.
Slatus Carail Vannin, Feed Heaters Nanas Feed. Slatus to Curabun, Carail Vannin. To Kirkermande, Benton der Narudden, Tees and Colina. As some Cushinelli Benton, then Hooge Gedden.
Communications Act 2021, an act to make fresh provision about communications, broadcasting and the Communications Commission, and for connected purposes.
Slatus Edderinch, Feed Heaters Nanas Feed. Slatus to Carail, as an O, Benton der Edderinch. Scalena as a Azeris Challenge, as some Cushinelli Benton, then Hooge Gedden.
Medicines Amendment Act 2021, an act to regulate the administration, sale and supply of medicinal products and for connected purposes.
Slatus to Lias, Liazica, Feed Heaters Nanas Feed. Slatus to Ganale Limit, Crackers Carails to Lias, as some Cushinelli Benton, then Hooge Gedden.
Elections and Meetings Local Authorities Act 2021, an act to change the date on which local elections in 2021 are due to take place and to enable meetings of local authorities to take place remotely and for connected purposes.
Slatis Ryerson as Chaglaman, Lupton Rail in a door, Feed Heaters Nanas Feed. Slatas to Caclairn Date Pointich Trehead Ryerson in a doorway Cummel and Sfeed Heaters Nanas Feed. As to Liga dead Chaglaman looked and rail in a door, they Cummich Sly Chick Kujaks of Old Kievan. As some cushion Ellie Benton, then huge Kievan.
Has your Royal Highness any further commands?
If any person wishes to present a petition, let them now come forward.
And you can see there are a number of petitioners walking up to be greeted by Mr. Roger Phillips, the Clerk of Tynwald. This is an annual opportunity for petitions for redress of grievance. And the petitions are intended to be an appeal of last resort, giving access to the highest court in the land when all other possible remedies have failed. There are very strict rules regarding the wording of the petitions, and they can be rejected simply for not complying with the correct legal wording. All the petitions will be handed to Her Royal Highness, and an announcement will be made as to what action will be taken.
So it's better we don't know what they so we'll just pass them. Thank you. I shall refer these petitions to the Standing Orders Committee of Tynwald, who will report thereon at their earliest convenience. This concludes the proceedings on Tynwald Hill. There will now be a sitting of Tynwald Court in the Royal Chapel. On behalf of myself, His Excellency, the learned Deemsters, the captains of the parishes, and others here assembled, I am pleased to accept the invitation of the President of Tynwald to be present at the sitting of Tynwald Court and to witness the captioning of the acts just promulgated.
Two sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary. The coroner. The senior Salvation Army officer. The ministers of the free churches. The chairman of the Isle of Man district of the Methodist Church. The Roman Catholic dean. The beneficed clergy.
Oops. Nothing personal, I'm sure. Nothing personal, I'm sure.
The Dean of St. German's Cathedral.
You're striking your eyes.
The Vicar General.
Treat with caution.
The Chairman of the Town and Village Commissioners. The Mayor of Douglas. The Chief Registrar. A representative of the Commission of the Peace. The captains of the parishes.
A bit of a worry. If you can manage not to hurry.
And later.
the High Bailiff, the Chief Secretary, the Chief Constable, the members of the Legislative Council, Mr. Greenhill, Mr. Mercer, Mrs. Masker, Mrs. Sharp, Mrs. Lord Brennan, Miss August Hanson, Mr. Henderson, Mrs. Poole Wilson, Her Majesty's Attorney General, the Lord Bishop, one messenger of the House of Keys, the chaplain of the House of Keys, the Clerk of Tynwald, Secretary of the House of Keys and Counsel to the Speaker, the members of the House of Keys, Mr. Shimmons, Mr. Skelly, Mr. Morehouse, Mr. Cannon, Mr. Crageen, Mr. Baker, Mr. Thomas, Mrs. Barber, Mrs. Corlett, Mr. Robert Shaw, Mr. Ashford, Mrs. Christian, Mr. Peake, Mr. Quine, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Harmer, Mrs. Kane, Mr. Boot, Mr. Callister, Dr. Ellenson, Miss Edge, Mr. Hooper, The Chief Minister. The Speaker of the House of Keys. One messenger of the Legislative Council. The Deemster. The Judge of Appeal.
Minor slippage. No, I was thinking of
The Second Deemster. The First Deemster and Clerk of the Rolls. The Clerk of the Legislative Council.
There you go.
One Guard Cody. The President of Tynwald.
National Guard.
The Fanfare Team. Two Sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary. The Sword of State. Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal. His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor, the Private Secretary to the Lieutenant Governor, the Surgeon to the Household.
Well, thanks to the band of the Royal Air Force College for magnificent entertainment today. Thank you very much from all of us. It's been a long stand and a hot day, and congratulations to everyone for staying upright. We now have the captioning ceremony, which you can follow on the screen inside the church. And this is where the acts that you've just heard promulgated on the Hill are officially signed. And in fact, this is the legal part of it, as is reading out the laws on the Hill. And these are signed and they become law with immediate effect. And afterwards, all the senior officials, including Her Royal Highness, will gather for a photograph on the just outside the church on the southern side. Wait until maybe, let's see what we see. You can do the Tynwald Honor any time. Yeah, I think so. What level's on channel 2, Mark? Maybe when the picture goes into the church would be the appropriate time.
Just those last few guests when you want to do that.
Now, before the ceremony began, we just didn't have time to welcome some of our other guests. We have had all the head pupils and representatives of the island's secondary schools and the University College, Isle of Man. They were also invited as special guests. That's Queen Elizabeth High School, the University College, Castlerushen High School, Ballacameen High School, St Ninian's High School, and Ramsey Grammar School. And James has some other information about two of the other guests.
Yes, indeed. I want to mention someone who is also processed with the official guests today, and that is Zoe Cannell, the current Manx bard, who's been so active in promoting that position. She also comes from a family of some political stock as well. Her late father, Jeff, was an MHK for Onchan for more than 3 years, while both he and his wife, Linda, were actively involved in the former Board of Education too. And also, finally, last but certainly not least, Basil Bielich, the president of the Isle of Man Commonwealth Games Association, which of course helps ensure Team Isle of Man has the opportunity to compete at the Commonwealth Games every 4 years, and the Commonwealth Youth Games, the next Games I think in Birmingham next year. An island resident, also involved with several charities, so welcome one and all. Wonderful to have that mix of on-island guests and guests from further afield this year.
The awarding of the Tynwald Honor, which is not necessarily made every year, is to living persons who have made an outstanding contribution to Manx life over a significant period of time and who have demonstrated a selfless commitment in doing so. This year, such an honour is being made, and it is to a proud Manxman who has contributed in many and varied ways to the Isle of Man, and in recognition of his public service, particularly in the areas of education, music and the arts, and his long years of voluntary work with the third sector. Ian Cottier was born on the 25th of March 1936 on Shore Road in Port St Mary to Joseph Cottier of Bala Cottier Farm, Glen Rushen, and Alexina Kane, née Blythe, of Fraserburgh, Aberdeenshire. His full name is Alexander Lawrence Ian Cottier. He was named Alexander after his mother Alexina May, Lawrence after Lawrence of Arabia, and Ian, as his mother didn't like the Manx habit of shortening names, and she believed Ian couldn't be shortened. Ian was known as E at school. Mr. Cottier was one of the first cohort to attend the newly opened Castle Rushen High School under headmaster and pioneer of comprehensive education, Sir Godfrey Cretney. After reading English at Manchester University, Mr. Cottier became a teacher at the newly formed Regis Comprehensive School in Wolverhampton, working under his former headmaster, Sir Godfrey. Mr. Cottier went on to work at various schools in the UK, working his way up from classroom teacher to headmaster before returning to the Isle of Man to take up the role of headmaster of Douglas High School in 1976. Mr. Cottier went on to play a central role in the 1985 reorganisation of secondary education in Douglas, the structure of which remains in place today. He became headmaster of the newly formed St. Ninian's High School in 1985, where he remained until his retirement in 1994. Mr. Cottier is a strong advocate of the Manx language and culture. After the 1985 Douglas School reforms, he introduced Manx language lessons for all pupils in years 7 and 8, and also promoted and celebrated the work of Archibald Knox in school. He also lent his voice to making audio recordings of Manx stories. But perhaps Mr. Cottier is best known for his long-standing involvement in the island's brass band scene, particularly as Vice President of the Russian Silver Band and presenter of Manx Radio's Time for Brass. Mr. Cottier has presented more than 2,000 editions of this programme, which first aired in September 1980. This makes him the longest-running brass band radio presenter in the world. Mr. Cottier has also found time in retirement for various other pursuits, being a volunteer steward for Friends of the Gaiety for over 30 years, volunteering for the Manx Blind Welfare Society and Care in Man for a similar amount of time. He will be known to many from his time on the Isle of Man Committee of the Sail Training Association and the Isle of Man Committee of the Jubilee Sailing Trust. He also served as a lay member on the Planning Committee, with his last term ending in 2020. I bet you're glad you're off that now, sir. Ian Cottier, it is a real pleasure to present to you the Tynwald Honor. Members of the Council, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House of Keys, that concludes the business of the Court. Tynwald Court will now stand adjourned to Tuesday, 20th of July at 10:30 a.m. in Douglas. I now call upon honourable members to stand for the departure of Her Royal Highness, His Excellency, and the Judicial Party. The Council will now retire, and members of the House of Keys will remain to transact such business as Mr. Speaker may put before.
So the captioning ceremony is now complete, and this is the final part of today, where we have an official photograph very shortly with Princess Anne just outside the church. And it's also an appropriate moment where we pay tribute to some very special people. And first of all, James will talk about the winner of the Tynwald Honor.
Yes, indeed, the highest honour which the Isle of Man can bestow, and one awarded only to those who have made an outstanding contribution over many years to Manx life. Born in Port St Mary, a former headmaster at Douglas High School and St Ninian's High School, of course, and that only touches on a fraction of the story of Ian Cottier, a strong advocate for Manx language. We've just heard the president of Tynwald, Steve Roden, say, and culture as well. He orchestrated the introduction of Manx lessons in school for years 7 and 8, and since his retirement in 1994, he's dedicated a large proportion of his time to volunteer work, including as a steward, a friend of the Gaiety for more than 30 years, a long-time supporter of Caring Man and the Manx Spine Welfare Society, for whom he still reads the news regularly. He's also served as a lay member on the Government Planning Committee for 13 years, was a volunteer driver for the Isle of Man Hospice and the Salvation Army, the Jubilee Sailing Trust, so much. And of course, he is well known for his long-standing involvement in the Isle of Man's brass band scene, particularly on Manx Radio. The Time for Brass programme, he's presented more than 2,000 editions of that over 40 years, becoming the longest-running brass band radio presenter in the world. The doyen, I think it's fair to say, of brass bands in the Isle of Man. Alexandra after his mother Alexina. I'm told Lawrence after Lawrence of Arabia, a hero to many in the 1930s. His paternal family farmed at Ballycottia, just underneath South Barrule. And on a personal note, I'm delighted, I think we all are, for Ian Cottier, my former head actually at St Ninian's, someone who I know will be very much beaming with pride when you consider the roll call of some previous recipients, the likes of Norman Sale, Harvey Briggs, Nadine Crowther and the like, Jack Corran, all individuals who have helped make the island the richly inclusive and supportive place it is, and an accolade thoroughly deserved. And I know his family will be delighted also. Among his family, daughter Fenella, sons Dewan and Finlow, who, as far as I'm aware, are all here at Tynwald today. And not to mention, at the last count, they're not all here, incidentally, but I think he had 8 great-grandchildren as well, 8 grandchildren, I should say. And a mention also for his late wife, Linda, for they really did make a formidable couple. Team Cottier, a proud Manx family with a true Manx pedigree, and a very special moment. Bill, I'm sure that the name of Alexander Lawrence Ian Cottier now added to the Tynwald Roll of Honour, and a very deserving accolade. Many congratulations to Ian.
Absolutely, and I had no idea just how many organisations and charitable work he's done since his retirement. I wasn't, thank goodness, I wasn't at school when he was there. I heard he was quite a strict guy, but,
firm but
very
fair.
Highly respected, yes.
Very highly respected, and he ran the school firmly but fairly.
Very much so. And we also have to say congratulations and a deep gratitude and thanks to 3 very important people who've been at the helm of the government, particularly in the last 12 months and 18 months over the pandemic. I'm sure everyone will have noticed how they were all greeted with such warm applause and genuine appreciation as they came down from the hill. And that's the Chief Minister, the President and the Lieutenant Governor. They've been absolutely wonderful servants. The President of Tynwald, I have never heard anybody say a bad word about him. What a really fantastic man. He's done a wonderful service. Him and his wife Anna have been amazing for the Isle of Man. Congratulations. We wish you a long and very happy retirement. And we also want to say thank you to the Lieutenant Governor.
We do indeed. A highly respected Lieutenant Governor who'll be much missed. I was fortunate enough to spend a brief time with him at Government House a fortnight ago, and the passion he has for this island and the knowledge of charities, community groups and organisations, his support from all walks of life and encouragement and an extensive knowledge of history and heritage shines through, and he will be very much missed. And just to sort of refer back to what you were saying there about Steve Roden, I remember him saying that we're all birds of passage and they come and they go, but very true. But my word, what a mark he has left in his 20 26 years in 1995. So
yes, and
so
how nice that he calls himself an adopted Manxman, because
Absolutely.
obviously, you know, you hear the man speak and he's got a wonderful Scottish accent, but he is a true Manxman, I believe. Just one of the nicest people you'll probably ever want to meet.
And I think the fact he's the first non-Manx president of Tynwald speaks for itself, and,
Yes.
and shows the respect and the esteem in which he's held.
Yes, and of course we must mention, and he's not going to stand for re-election, is Chief Minister Howard Quayle. What a wonderful moment when he came down from the hill, and the round of applause. I mean, I'm getting emotional thinking about it now. It was lovely. You know, truly deserved. You think about what's happening here in the last 18 months. There's been some amazing decisions had to be made. Some strong decisions. Some weren't always that popular. But the way that it's been managed, I think, has been fantastic. Howard Quayle, I hope you have a wonderful retirement.
And I just echo that, Bill, on behalf of Kiri and myself as well. I was here 12 months ago, and obviously it was a very much reduced affair, and the smattering of applause was lovely. But what he received this morning, you could tell from this lunchtime, you could tell from the look in his face. Yes. He was very touched, and that's something he will remember for the rest of his life, I've no doubt. And
also for Mr. Roden, there was a lovely round of applause for him, and for the Lieutenant Governor as well.
All three, which speaks volumes, and really a fitting way, if you like, to round off what is it's parliamentary theatre, but it really is a unique piece of Manx tradition, and all three have been great servants to the island in their respective ways.
Yes, and in many ways, Princess Anne has been a great servant to the Isle of Man. I think she's, without question, the most visited royal that's been to the Isle of Man. She's been here several times in the last decade. Always warmly welcome. You're welcome back anytime, ma'am. And it looks as if she's enjoyed herself today. She's got a wonderful smile on her face all day. I hope she's really enjoyed herself.
Indeed, Manannan's cloak disappeared just in time. The weather played ball today, and I've got to say, I think this has been one of the most memorable Tynwald days from a parliamentary point of view for many a year. I'm sure you can concur with that now that the formal business of the day is concluded.
Yes, without question. So this is the end of our commentary for today. It's been a most magnificent day, a huge crowd, fantastic weather. Enjoy the rest of the day. There's lots of entertainment around in St John's and around this area. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much to James Davis and Kiri Kermode for joining me today, and for all of their work prior to the commentary, where they were in front of the church and the hill. A wonderful part of today. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful Tynwald day. Fasta Mai.